Okay, I have to talk about this. Yeah, for some reason, Aaron Fisher says there's no memorable moments in the new Superman movie, which is pretty crazy to state because a lot of reviews say the memorable moments were when Mr. Terrific, a lot of Mr. Terrific's scenes, and a lot of pretty much the whole interview scene, that 10-minute interview scene. Don't worry, this is not really spoilers. I don't really what's funny is Aaron Fisher talked about the Dark Knight movie. In the video he talks about the Superman movie. He keeps changing the subject within the same video. I would understand if it was a live thing, because live you talk in a constant manner. Um, but he seems to believe that, like, he praises um, the Dark Knight, right? And he says the move Superman has to make a lot of money and make a whole bunch of stuff, but he doesn't realize that if you look at the box office of Batman Begins, yeah, Batman Begins lost money. And you know what happened after that? People bought and rented DVDs and Blu-rays and actually supported Batman Begins after the theatrical release. So the fact that Aaron Fisher seems to ignore that fact is kind of concerning. Um, but yeah, I just don't get it, man. I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna. He says Superman many lies. Superman is victorious at the box office. I'm guessing that's like kind of sarcasm.
Watch as
Okay, I'm not gonna do that because I'm pretty sure he would copyright me. Um, oh, yeah, I was paid. What sources? Variety, I guess. That's Nicholas Holt. See, I'm not gonna give him a lot of views on this point, but I'm pretty sure the reason why Nicholas Holt got paid more than Superman and Lois Lane is because he's a more experienced actor. He was in multiple movies, multiple projects, in a constant thing. But to each his own, really. It's pretty crazy. I just think it's crazy. Oh, hi. I'm just like a couple of minutes ago, I was talking about how Aaron Fisher's video was very, very like hypocritical, and how hypocritical it was he praised The Dark Knight, and he doesn't realize how The Dark Knight was made, because Dark Knight was made from before it was Batman Begins, and Batman Begins failed in the box office. And yeah, Batman Begins failed in the box office, and Aaron Fisher still believes that, oh, Christopher Nolan was always perfect, always good, and all that stuff. Batman Begins failed in the box office, and the reason why they continued it is because people bought the DVDs, Blu-rays, rented it because streaming wasn't really strong enough. I think so, but yeah, even with the whole Aaron Fisher thing, I didn't even watch the video. I just watched a portion of it and then skimmed through the pictures he sent. He used because he puts the pictures up right there, which is really odd because he doesn't acknowledge that some movies that do really, really well, they make a billion, but um, China bans it or doesn't show it or anything like that, because Deadpool wasn't shown in China, right? Deadpool wasn't shown in China. It was banned in China, so that means it was canceled completely to not show it in China pretty much ever. So they're not making money from China at all. But okay. Yeah. Fantastic Four, yeah. I'm kind of iffy on that because some of the changes I'm kind of questioning, but I understand the hype about it and acknowledge that it might do well. I'm not the type of person that would say, "Oh, I don't like it, so I hate it. I hate it, and I hope it fails or something." That's really toxic. Again, inflation only works whenever it already passed, like years ago and stuff like that. But to me, I think inflation doesn't account for like a lot of other things. Some people already pointed out, but inflation is kind of a cheap way to win an argument because uh, during the time Man of Steel came out, more people were watching movies. The cheap tickets were cheaper, and streaming wasn't really a big thing during 2013. And 2013 was way before Corona, way before COVID, and theater memberships didn't exist, stuff like that. There's like a lot of things that you have to think about. But yeah, I think Superman, if it ends early, that would be a dumb thing. I think they should keep it for as long as it can in theaters. But if it ends early, I think yeah, WB and David Zaslav really wants to push the whole James Gunn DCU thing, and I really want it to be successful because next year Supergirl comes out and Clayface comes out and Green Lantern comes out. And then Peacemaker next month. And from those two, from this year through next year, they have plenty of time to find another script, work on that movie, because Teen Titans was confirmed. I'm pretty sure the script's there. I'm pretty sure they're just casting and finding locations and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm not interested. I just think this movie has people talking all the time. And the fact that what's funny is it says hashtag while it's closed within the lethal podcast thing with the train thing, what Slabs we talked about. What's funny is the while it's closed, it didn't show what it was closed for. It didn't show James Gunn Superman. So like if anyone's a little confused, they would be really confused because it says hashtag while it's closed, but it shows Man of Steel. So I don't understand what that is. And I just hope this does amazing. And I'm getting a lot of um merchandise for Superman. Not like a whole lot. Like, I'm getting like a huge poster, which is like really cool. I'm just really happy that this movie about this movie because I was really tired of the whole dark thing, you know. And yes, Superman is sad, angry, shows emotion, but that's a good thing for me, you know. I want Superman to be relatable and everything. Yeah. Batman Begins failed in the box office. And these people really praise Christopher Nolan, even though there are quite a few movies that Christopher Nolan did that failed. So I don't know why people are saying Christopher Nolan is like the perfect person because he's not. There's not really a perfect person. Wes Anderson's like pretty close because everything he makes is kind of like a specific type of movie, more like nostalgia stuff. But yeah, I just think, no, hi. Yeah, that like you missed me talk about how Aaron Fisher is very hypocritical. He he praises The Dark Knight and he says Superman needs to do really well in the box office. Oh yeah, Superman was really great. I just I would say for me 8, but I respect the 9 because that Superman's really good. There was just like a few things, but I would say what I was about to say was Aaron Fisher thinks that Christopher Nolan's perfect and all that stuff, which he's not because if you look at the box office of Batman Begins, Batman Begins failed in the box office. And the reason why they continued it with sequels is because it did well with DVDs and Blu ray sales. So you would assume that if Superman doesn't do that well in theaters, yeah, not every director is perfect. That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, the one that gets a little close to being perfect would be Wes Anderson. But I understand some people don't like him because the movie's kind of slow and boring and stuff. But he's very consistent on his movies. He follows his style all the time. He limits himself, stuff like that. But overall, this is funny because people keep saying Man of Steel did a lot better than Superman, but I don't believe so because if you take away the early purchases from the Walmart stuff for Man of Steel and you take away the Amazon stuff for Superman, it would go to 116 million for Man of Steel and 120 for Superman because 2 million was for the Amazon screening thing because what's crazy is that you need a Amazon account, you need to look for a specific time to actually get it and all that stuff, which is yeah, adjusted with inflation doesn't work because a lot of the time people don't count for the if you adjust the inflation with the budget and the marketing and all that stuff. So budget marketing and then how much how much they made, take away budget, marketing, and it goes down, 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 down. So it doesn't work. If you adjust inflation, you need to adjust inflation for everything. Everything dealing with the movie, adjust inflation. Like the money that the actors made, the crew, the food service, the catering stuff, the hotels, all of that, all put together, adjusted for inflation. Because if you shoot on location to different countries, the studio has to pay for their hotels and all that stuff. So yeah, but yeah, I like the picture that the Supergirl picture that they had before. Besides, Man of Steel is released today. How do you for sure? Yeah, yeah. Man of Steel today, people would say it's too slow. People would say it's too dark, like they can't see the movie. A long time ago, people were more open to slower paced movies. And also, I said before, but I would say it again. At the time, people were watching movies more often. Ticket prices were a lot cheaper. Streaming wasn't really a big thing in 2013. Movie theater memberships weren't a thing, and saving a reservation wasn't a thing for a lot of theaters. You couldn't save a seat, and 2013 was like in the middle of the superhero boom, and these days it's people are really worried about not liking the superhero movies because superhero movies weren't that great. So that's a thing. But yeah, I just think um oh yeah, and the the toys merchandise sales. I'm pretty sure they did a lot with merchandise sales. They probably got a lot of money from that. And I just really think um this Superman movie, even after theatrical release and all that stuff, streaming, people are gonna watch this movie. And you saw in on HBO Max that more people are watching the movies and shows for Superman and everything. People are liking Superman a lot more than they did before. So it's pretty interesting how everything works like that. How's your days? How are y'all? How are y'all doing? That's good to know. I might be getting like a huge movie poster pretty soon for Superman. But yeah, it was weird with the Lethal Geek podcast. They put their podcast name on a truck of a garbage truck. I kind of joked and said that you put your name on a garbage truck, you're just asking to be made fun of. Because people could easily say that your podcast is so trash that you're on a garbage truck, like that kind of thing. Yeah, more DC stuff, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting. People are really liking Mr. Terrific, and probably originally DC didn't think of putting Mr. Terrific everywhere, but because people are liking Mr. Terrific, I'm pretty sure DC is considering adding Mr. Terrific to more projects. So yeah, I'm excited for that. Um, even though I'm obviously not black, it's good for black representation. I also hope for some Asian characters to show up. There's plenty of Asian DC characters that they can pull. I always wish Marvel pulled um, Amadeus Cho, but they don't really care about Asians that much. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. James Gunn said he really likes Henry Cavill, but I don't think it's a smart idea to put Henry Cavill in a different character. But I think it would be cool if it was a completely different type of character that Henry Cavill was playing. I don't know. Lethal streaming. Huh? What the Lethal Geek? Yeah, Lethal Geek was pretty crazy. Yeah, I just don't understand what they were thinking putting their podcast name on a garbage truck. Like you're just asking to be made fun of at that point because like putting your name in a vehicle that holds trash. Yeah, they're mad. Hi Jack, I you'll probably hear it like before and stuff, but I don't really recognize you. Hi if you're new, but yeah. Den of Nerds saying James Gunn doesn't like Henry Cavill. I think Den of Nerds. Yeah, right there. Den of Nerds. What's as crazy is Den of Nerds actually sort of liked Superman, which surprised me because Den of Nerds and James Gunn is not really in good terms. What was weird is Harsh Critic admitted to pirating Superman. It is crazy that these days people are completely fine of admitting to doing crime, doing things illegal because it's okay to do things illegal, I guess now. I don't know. Right there. Actually, I don't think Henry Cavill should play a character that's too similar to Superman because there's gonna be a lot of backlash on that. I would say play a character. What'd be crazy is if he plays like Mongol or oh, another like insane like crazy thing is if he loses his if he purposely loses his muscle and becomes more skinnier again and plays a more skinnier character, that would be cool too. Yeah, yeah, right there. Yeah, he did like a YouTube short about that. He reviewed it, says it was trash and obviously that. So even if he didn't watch it, like we don't have proof that he watched it or not, but he admitted he watched it without paying for it and stuff. Yeah. And also I also don't really like the fact that someone admitted for using the AMC stubs for one movie to watch Superman because Superman didn't count for the AMC stubs thing because it was early showing, you know, Amazon showing. So he used the AMC stubs and went to the Amazon showing for Superman. I forgot the YouTuber's name, but he did talk about that, which is crazy. For me, I think if you didn't pay for the Amazon early showing, you should not watch Superman that time. You should not sneak into a Amazon screening just because you probably didn't want to support the movie or something. I was confused what he was trying to say. Harsh critic. Yeah, harsh critic is lost cause. Yeah, yeah, right there. Yeah. He made fun of John Campea, which is really funny because he seems to really attack people that have double, triple, quadruple his subscriber count. Because for me, I criticized him, but I didn't go on full on make a long video attacking him because I know I have my subscribers are way less than his. So I wasn't dumb enough to actually do that. But he would obviously make a video on me reacting to my video, which is really like odd. seeing the world wild. I don't know what that means, but yeah, rejecting that. Harsh Critic says he watched the whole Rick and Morty episode and says he knows that Jim James Gunn World Wild. That's probably a movie that I don't really know about, but Harsh Critics that talked about the whole James Gunn Zack Snyder episode with Rick and Morty and says he knows that they're friends. He just wants to ruin one of his best friends' careers just to support Zack Snyder stuff, which is really selfish of him because you imagine you're a fan of something, you want to ruin their friends' careers just because. I don't know. But that episode was pretty good. I watched it. It was good. But yeah, there was a few people that did actually not like it, but on my channel I did share the ones that were not toxic. They say they really hated it, but understood that other people liked it because they watched it in a screening that other people were like clapping and excited. So they understand that other people enjoyed it, but they didn't. They're kind of insulting the movie, sort of, but they're reviewing it in a way that's to say they didn't like certain things. They really hated it. They really didn't like those things. But if you like it, that's fine. To me, that's a good way to review stuff, saying that you didn't like it, but it's fine that if other people liked it. Yeah, yeah, this one saying people don't really acknowledge Dawn of the Dead for that thing, and also the fact that Zack Snyder actually did like Superman, and the fact that everyone hopes for James Gunn to do well. Kevin Feige says he's hoping for James Gunn to do well. And wanting DC to fail makes Marvel really lazy because if one competition fails, that means the other competition could do whatever they want and still make money. So yeah, overall, I just think it doesn't really make sense to me. So what are y'all thoughts on certain stuff? I just want to chat. So yeah, I just hope things are better, really. And you saw that Tyra Magnus kept there's a news about Tyra Magnus keeps copyright striking people's videos whenever they're just talking about them, like reacting to some clips and being constructive and stuff, and then Tyra Magnus just well, so the camera guy for Superman, right? That's what it is. And the people that really didn't like the cinematography, and for the people that really didn't like the cinematography for Superman, um, they said Supergirl doesn't have the same cinematographer, so the shots are gonna look very different. Yeah, Tyra Magnus is like very a big control freak. And of course, he says what's funny is in his review of Superman, he says the movie was trash, but like he says the movie is trash, and then a few seconds later he says he likes this character, this actor that did this character. They did well. This person did well. This person did well. They enjoyed all this stuff, but says this movie is trash just because like the jokes, I guess, which is really weird because if you liked everyone's acting in certain movies, it's not trash. I would say mid, but I don't know. But yeah, I'm really excited for like I'm getting a big poster, you know, the main poster for Superman, the one that it's is like head to torso and he's like doing that and stuff. That poster I'll be getting that. But yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, he's good cinematographer and the Watchmen stuff and all that, um but even for like Watchmen, they changed a few stuff. Yeah, the cross arms pose. Yeah, yeah. But man, I I got this recently. Got that recently. Yeah. It has the Richard Donner cut, the original Superman movie, the Superman Returns. I didn't really like Superman Returns, but I don't really remember it that much. I heard there's some good parts in Superman Returns, but the fact that I have this is gonna be pretty cool. But yeah, I just I just think they said one Superman main character is gonna show up in Peacemaker season 2. Yeah, but I could picture Edgar Wright doing a Nightwing movie. I could picture a Edgar Wright. What would be cool is it would be a Damian Wayne movie, the origin story of Damian Wayne, because I know James Gunn said he doesn't like the whole origin story for characters you already know about, but not a lot of people know about Damian Wayne. So Edgar Wright doing a Damian Wayne movie, that'll be cool. Zack Snyder is a good director, but a bad writer. Yeah, Zack Snyder does not know how to write. And I don't blame him for not actually being really good at writing because I tried to write a script and it didn't really work that well. And I can admit that. I can admit that I'm not a good writer, but the the pure fact that Zack Snyder thinks that he's the best writer or something, right? It's pretty crazy. But yeah, I just think Michael Bay doing a Lobo movie would be cool because a lot of Zack Snyder fans actually like Michael Bay for some reason. Uh, I personally like some of Michael Bay movies. I just don't like the movies that the Snyder fans like about Michael Bay. They say that they like the original Transformers Michael Bay movies. I don't like those, but I like Pain and Gain. I like Pearl Harbor. I like The Rock. Yeah, or just Zack Snyder just doing the cinematography. Because even directing, I'm not fully on board with his directing, but cinematography would be good. I would. I can picture. I can picture Zack Snyder actually directing some like TV show stuff. Yeah, Zack Snyder as a camera guy. Yeah, because my issue of Zack Snyder's directing is also his how he shoot like constantly changes with the shots and stuff, and how he um really yeah, I pointed that out too at sometimes because Michael Bay did the whole peeing on somebody joke on Transformers, and the Ninja Turtles movies he did had a lot of those jokes too. Like my issue for Zack Snyder is he doesn't really have any jokes at all. Some jokes are important to just make it not too seriously all the time. So yeah, I see there's possibly quite a few people. Anybody say hi or talk about something, right? But yeah, ask me questions. Talk about what's on your mind. Zack Snyder is like a serious version of Michael Bay. Yeah, Zack Snyder is a serious version of Michael Bay, and I think um, the movie Law Abiding Citizens is a pretty big for like a Zack Snyder style movie. But yeah, all right, I just wanted to drink a energy drink. But yeah, it is interesting. I guess people are just listening in because I see like five people, but no one's really talking. But I guess they just like to listen, I guess. But yeah, I just think mm, If they hired the Russo brothers, that'd be cool too. DC hiring the Russo brothers. Um, what else? Steven Spielberg would be pretty crazy to hire. Tom Cruise actually would be good because Tom Cruise said he really liked The Flash, which my opinion is people liking The Flash is fine because the movie wasn't actually that bad. People say it's horrible, but my opinion, the movie wasn't crazy, you know. They say the CGI is bad. There's plenty of movies that the CGI is really bad and people don't people seem to ignore that. So I'm pretty sure Black Panther that CGI fight was very very bad. Yeah, they yeah, the slow motion and stuff is very similar, but I think Michael Bay's slow motion is a lot better than Zack Snyder's slow motion because whenever Michael Bay does slow motion, he has a nickname for it. You know the nickname, right? It's Bayhem. People say Bayhem is like, oh, he's really good with that, and Bayhem refers to multiple things on screen going different directions and have it multiple layered in the shot, make it really dynamic. And a lot of the times he uses a telephoto lens, which means it's a very up close lens. Yeah, James Gunn has good slow motion. Yeah, yeah. I would also. I still think Nicolas Cage should do something. Edward Norton should do something because those people are really big comic book fans, and if Marvel doesn't want anyone to control their franchise, DC could open it up for anybody to do any DC stuff. Edward Norton can write something, direct something, everything, because I still recommend any of y'all watch Motherless Brooklyn. Motherless Brooklyn was a really, really good movie. Um, it it shows Edward Norton's like skill set. He wrote, directed, produced, starred, and everything. Zack Snyder. Nicolas Cage should play a DC character. Yeah, Nicolas Cage playing a DC character would be really cool. One character I could actually see him play because some people really don't like Mark Wahlberg. I guess Mark Wahlberg. Some people could still stand Mark Wahlberg, but people are saying that he's like racist and all that. I could because my fan cast for Mark Wahlberg was Wildcat. I can see Edward Norton. Uh, I could see Nicolas Cage as Wildcat. That's not really a good thing, actually. Zack Snyder, the king of slow mo. Yeah, he, yeah, that's pretty cool right there. I think Steven Spielberg, if they're gonna do the, hey, hold on for a sec. Sorry, I was on the phone. Yeah, Wildcat would be a really good character for Nicolas Cage. Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Yeah. Actually, I don't really see him as Wildcat. I would see him probably as I could see Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Jonah Hex. Jeffrey Dean Morgan and Jonah Hex. That's it. I don't understand what you mean by that. I don't understand that. Yes, but however, if you want um yeah, if you want like a big like character to continue for a while, I would say a superhero or a supervillain that stays alive, like goes to jail multiple times and stuff like that. Or supervillain that's kind of neutral in the middle. Uh, yeah. Nicolas Cage played Superman Teen Titans Go. Yeah. Yeah, Jonah Hex, Bus. Next time you come over. What? I don't understand what this person says, and I see that his profile picture. I believe that's Splatoon, but yeah, he's probably doing Google Translate. I don't know, but because it's just random sentences, I'm just gonna leave it. But yeah, I just think it's uh, actually I didn't really mind Jonah Hex in those movies. I don't know what he's talking about. But it's a little confusing though. I just I don't know. I might watch wait. Maybe he's probably talking about Mr. Terrific. I'm not sure, but yeah. I just can't wait for it to be on streaming and then have it like a lot of people watch that Superman. And James Gunn wants a Mr. Terrific TV show possibly, or Jimmy Olsen TV show possibly. That'll be pretty cool. Those would be interesting. But yeah, it's crazy. I just really think that people just watch Superman. Like you saw some of my shared posts, right? Like I shared people that actually didn't like the movie, but was non-toxic about it and was good about all that stuff and all that. A person not liking the movie is fine. It's just I don't like the people that are very toxic about the not liking the movie. Now I'm really confused what that means. Hold on. I'm a little confused. I'm just gonna put them in timeout. Yeah, I just kicked them out pretty much. I accidentally banned them, but like I'm not gonna do anything. Yeah, what's funny is I accidentally banned them, but let's just leave it at that. Sorry about that. That was maybe, maybe, possibly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Superman's backstory. Yeah, Superman backstory straight to the point. Sorry, I was quiet. I was just checking on this. So it was just announced that Superman passed 300 million. That's really good within a week, I believe. Friday. Okay. Still Friday. So I watched it on the 11th. Yeah, so about a week, Superman made 300 million. So yeah. Yeah. Bay coming back for Transformers. Yeah. I don't know. I still want Michael Bay. I still want Michael Bay to do Lobo. That's all that is, really. But yeah, so here is the thing I was talking about. Second weekend, James Gunn Superman leapt past the 300 million mark at the worldwide box office on Thursday as it heads into its second weekend. So that Thursday, so it was yesterday. The worldwide box office Thursday as it heads into the second weekend. The numbers include an impressive domestic haul of 177 million after enjoying strong midweekend. So yeah, Hollywood Reporter. Okay, I'm just gonna. Okay. It will have no trouble staying at top of the charts and Sony. Or bigger rising. Okay. Hollywood Reporter. No, that's not the right one. Okay. There you go. So yeah, here is the thing. James Gunn, Superman, Neptune. Decades after original film. Reboot. Right to me. Audio score. All eyes, however, will be on Superman to see how well it holds up in its second weekend. It certainly has every chance of passing up the entire Lifetime run. Marvel's Thunderbolts, which topped about 383 million global entire early this year. Marvel's other Captain America didn't fare much, engrossing me. I like for the Michael Bay stuff right here. I like The Rock, Pain and Gain, Seven Underground. Ambulance was pretty good. So pretty much the ones that don't really rely on CGI that much. Marvel hopes to turn the fortune around in Fantastic Four hits theaters. That gives Superman 1 week to itself before facing direct competition. Both tentpoles are attempting to relaunch their respective franchises. So, yeah. I found it from this guy right here. It is weird that he's live right now. Yes, the director's live right now. It's pretty crazy. So just scrolling really. But yeah. Oh, so he's live right now too. So what are you referring to? Is it different Jor-El? A little confused why that is that. Yeah, that guy was kind of exposed to being liking children. It's not as bad as liking children, but pretty close though. I think it was like 16, like 15 to 16. Still very bad, but still. I don't want to lie about stuff. So far, pretty much a lot of live stream stuff are talking about Superman. Film Junkies talking about it. I'm pretty sure CS the director is going to be talking about it. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Jester Bell's review on the Superman, and she just doesn't understand Superman. She just kept bashing on it all the time. She just doesn't understand the character. See, this one's talking about Superman. He's live right now. Same thing. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are talking about Superman. See, this person, this group seems to this movie. Yeah, they're like clickbait on that one. So yeah, yeah, yeah. There's this one guy that talked about how bad she reviewed that movie. Like she didn't point out any of the points that she disliked about it. She just kept saying she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it. jokes, stuff like that. That whole review of Jester Bell was really bad. Yeah. So these they kind of liked the movie. Yeah, but so far a lot of reviews are really liking Superman, which is very good. I just think it's an interesting thing. But yeah. Yeah, so this is the poster that I'll be getting, but not ordering it now. This one because I'm getting it pretty soon. But you know, this one looks pretty cool. But yeah, yeah, pretty soon. Yeah, so I'm gonna. So this is gonna be the poster. It's gonna. Yeah, this is the poster. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can probably put in my room. I'm thinking of maybe watching it again. I liked it I liked it quite a bit. Yeah, it's very rewatchable, yeah. It's like people are saying it's too fast paced, but the fact that the movie is fast paced, you can watch it multiple times. That's my issue of Man of Steel. Like one of my many issues of Man of Steel, where movies way too slow, can't really watch it multiple times because it, it just feels too long. The movie feels. Oh, hi. I haven't seen you comment before. You seem new. Yeah, I enjoyed it, and yeah, so some of the hate reviews just don't know what they're saying. Jester Bell trashed it completely, saying it's the worst, and also ranting for vengeance. That guy said is the worst movie ever, right, in the world, which is crazy to say. Ranting for vengeance is like really crazy, I'd say. Yeah, Jeremy Johns seems like he's not really a comic book fan at all. It is weird to me. Yeah, what's funny is in Tyron Magnus's review is he kept saying he liked the characters, like the actors that played he liked the portrayals of each of the characters. He liked what's happening, but he says the movie is trash. But within the video, kept mentioning things he liked. He didn't really mention things he didn't like. The only thing he says he didn't like was the humor, which is just one thing out of a lot of things. It was pretty crazy. Like Tom Magnus was crazy. Yeah, he didn't like anything. Yeah. And I think before those things, Blue Beetle was out, which is really good. I liked Shazam 2, even though people really don't like the actor right now. Um, Black Adam was fun initially until The Rock kind of was going crazy. Um, Aquaman 2 was pretty fun. I kind of expected in Aquaman in Shazam 2 that Taste the Rainbow thing would have been a meme, but that didn't happen, which was weird. Yeah, The Rock ruined the movie by not having Shazam in it. Only wanted Superman to fight him, which is funny because the Snyder fans didn't support Black Adam. So yeah. But yeah, I think yeah, Alter Ego. One thing that surprised me was Jody from Jody's Corner really not liking the movie. He I guess mainly maybe because Jody's Corner didn't really like some of the other like Guardians of the Galaxy movies. He says it's just a copy of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies and stuff. I kind of thought that he would have liked the Superman movie. It's like he hated the fact that James Gunn said that Iron Man wasn't a make or break thing. No, the name is kind of misleading. I'll probably change the name maybe. Yeah, I changed the name to Superman Talk About Negative Reviews. Yeah, so Chris, it's not about hating on the movie. It's about kind of talking about people that hate the movie, you know? Yeah, the name was kind of misleading, I guess. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Now do you understand what I meant? Because I think the title was kind of misleading. Superman hate talking talk or something like that. I'm mainly talking about how Johns hated it. Um, Jester Bell hated it. Tyler Magnus hated it, but listed a lot of positive stuff about it, which is weird. Jody's Corner hated it mainly because he thinks that it's the same thing as Guardians of the Galaxy, which is kind of weird because that's kind of how writers do stuff, you know? Christopher Nolan kind of uses the same kind of ideas. He sort of does that. And then Tarantino kind of copies the same thing. Hitchcock does the same thing. Everyone does the same thing. It's just how they implement it, you know. Steven Spielberg is the only one that really like changes up stuff, but even that he does like monster like crazy stuff, you know. CGI like creatures focus. Because Jurassic Park was about dinosaurs, Jaws was about sharks, so animal kind of thing. Yeah, I had that feeling too. I'm a big Superman fan, and people, most people are Batman fans, and that's okay. But whenever I talked about Superman, I was kind of made fun of, and they said he's too overpowered. He's too like goody two shoes. He's too nice, old fashioned, stuff like that. When the people I talked to never watched any of the animated shows, anything like that. But it is, yeah, it is crazy though. I am now open to talking about Superman now, but this is going the other way kind of now. I'm talking about Superman too much because now some people are saying I'm annoying when I'm talking about Superman. So I'm super hyped about it. I talk about it a lot, but before I talked about it a little bit because yeah. Yeah, I've seen pretty much all the Superman animated movies. I liked the one with Lobo. I think that was one of my favorites with Parasite and stuff. And then I liked All-Star Superman. What's weird is people that really liked Man of Steel, they said it was inspired by Red Sun, which is weird because Red Sun isn't that when Superman lands on in Russia? Yeah, that's weird, right? But if y'all liked Man of Steel, that's fine. I just really, really didn't like it because it was not bright and hopeful and stuff. Whenever I say I like Superman, I'm gonna I always hint the fact that I really didn't like Man of Steel. problem with is a mirror suit, but I'm glad Gunn changed. Yeah, he's a Mary Sue in Man of Steel, but in the Henry uh in the Christopher Reeves movies, he does get hurt a lot. Yeah, goody two shoes thing. When I said goody two shoes, people are saying that he's more of like hopeful, positive stuff. I would say that's why whenever Superman has like a equivalent would probably he's always with Shazam, and Shazam is very similar because he's like a pure of heart and stuff like that. So he's like very positive, kind of like Superman. So the Superman arcade game, it was a two-player game where you play as Superman, and then the second player is Shazam, Captain Marvel at the time, at least. Superman, Man of Tomorrow, and Superman also. Yeah, Man of Tomorrow. I think Man of Tomorrow was the one I was talking about. And also I liked The Reign of Superman. The Reign of Superman was really good because it it was a purely a Superman movie without Superman being there. That was my issue of Batman versus Superman, where they killed Superman way too easily. And then Justice League Superman was barely in there. Even in the Snyder cut, Superman wasn't there as much. And I hope Superman David Cornswet shows up in Supergirl. That'd be cool. And yeah, I hope things are good with that. And yeah, Superman can do that. What's funny is in Superman 2, there's a deleted scene where Zod goes to jail. He doesn't die, he goes to jail. And I know deleted scenes are not canon. So you could say that he didn't actually go to jail because within the actual storyline he didn't. But if you add that to your headcanon, have Zod go to jail, Superman didn't kill Zod. And the reason why Zod could go to jail, because in Superman 2, he lost his powers. So he's pretty much a human at the time. So he goes to jail as a human. So yeah. Yeah, the Phantom Zone jail thing, but my thought still stands. Like he lost his powers, so he goes to the Phantom Zone without his powers. So it makes it worse for him to actually survive in there. No, not really survive in there, but like actually a way to escape there, you know? Be powered by the red sun. Yeah. That'd be cool. That was my issue of Man of Steel. People the Snyder fans said say like, oh, he had no choice, but he did have a choice because it was written on the script. If it was written in a different way, they would have found a way for Superman to not kill him. They're acting like scripts are made by God. where scripts are made by a person writing a script. So the writing is the thing that made Superman kill Zod. And I don't understand why Superman and Man of Steel flew in public areas, because Zod was following Superman. So he could have easily went to like a desert and fought him in the desert. But okay. Sorry about my rant of Man of Steel. If you like Man of Steel, that's fine. I just had some issues about it. Had the problems, you know. And that one guy, I didn't mean to completely ban him or ban that person, but I don't want to undo it now because he was being annoying. Yeah, trolley problem works different ways. Yeah. You liked it, but you prefer Liar Superman. Yeah, that's what it is. And I have this. That funny guy knows I had it, but I want to show you. And also, I'm getting a pretty big poster pretty soon. But yeah, Superman poster pretty soon. What's funny is CS the director says showed a picture of the Warner Brothers stock when it dropped recently. The reason why I'm saying it's funny is because other times when he showed the stock, it was at $9, and when he showed it drop recently, it dropped, but it's at 1270. So that means it's above when he shared it before. So it went up, but it dropped. But the fact that it dropped, he shares it. Interesting. And he says he's brave and says like, oh, um, there's no worries with all the hate and stuff. I'm brave taking it. I'm not saying that he needs to show his face or anything, but him constantly saying he's brave and he can take everything and all that stuff makes me think that he should show his face to show that he is brave. He can take all the stuff, all the criticism, all the stuff and all that, right? But he I respect him not showing his face because it is private and all that stuff and all that personal and all that. But he keeps saying that no one's gonna hurt me or anything. It's like, oh, stay strong, everybody. Keep going. Why couldn't Superman with his X-ray vision see Ultraman's face? Okay, here's the thing. What if the mask was made out of lead? What if the mask was made out of lead? Because the fact that Lex Luthor says he studies Superman, he studied Superman for years and saw it, looked into it. The big armor could be made out of lead. The goggles could have be made out of lead. And look, you would say that, oh, he can't see at that point, but Lex Luthor's controlling it. So these goggles can be made out of lead, him being completely blind, but Lex Luthor telling him what to do. That's my theory on that. And of course, the reveal yeah. And the reveal was mainly for the audience. So even if Superman knew he looked like him, all he knew was a guy looks like him. He doesn't know it's a clone. He doesn't know anything like that. And plus, his hair was really long. So, you know, C.S. the director is funny. I will be laughing at the Snyder Bros if it becomes a. The thing is, for me, it doesn't need to hit a billion. It'd be fine for like 600 million, 700 million. But what's cool is I saw that it hit 300 million yesterday. It hit 300 million yesterday, and it still has a week. Still has a week besides Fantastic Four. And even when Fantastic Four comes out, some people are gonna want to watch Superman. I was like, oh, Fantastic Four is out, but I didn't watch Superman. I gotta watch Superman first and then watch Fantastic Four. Yeah, Lex Luthor is very smart. Yeah. Why Superman with his super hearing in the first fight scene here? Lex was commanding Ultraman. Yeah, it seems like you're really looking for like a lot of negative stuff, but that's why it's code. He said A1, A1, A1 for the punching, and then letter and number to whatever it is. Because even if he heard Lex Luthor, all he would have heard was numbers and letters. So that's the thing. And plus, he figured it out. He looked around, saw the drones, and said to himself, saying, "Oh, the drones are the ones that are helping him." So he destroys the drones, and then boom. It really seems like you're looking for negative stuff, but there are plenty in the movie that shows that those stuff could be debunked. The next Superman movie will be a team up or solo. The fact, the funny thing is, James Gunn did point this out. He says Superman's gonna show up later, and he didn't clarify as a sequel or anything, so it could be a team up, but it won't be a team up sequel. Because team up sequel was Batman vs Superman, and that was technically a Man of Steel sequel, something like that. He could have easily seen those drones around him in first battle itself. Yes, but you're constantly trying to look at negative stuff, but the drones are just that, drones. Goodness. They're fighting brains over brawn that whole argument, and then he figures out that the fight was controlled by Lex. That's the thing. That those drone stuff was like, oh, it's just drones. They're looking at the fight. Yeah. And he's paying attention to the fight. There's drones flying, but there's a person attacking you. Would you pay attention to the drones, or you pay attention to the person attacking you, hurting you? Okay. Plus, even didn't need crypto. He could laser the drones himself, like he did to the hundreds of raptors. That wasn't the point. The point was he used his brain to figure out that crypto could help him out. And no, the laser wouldn't do that because he was faced away from him. He was holding him faced away from him, then called for crypto to help him. You seem to really, really look for all the negative stuff. Exactly. It was a whole brain versus brawn situation. He had to figure out what's going on with the situation. Lex Luthor was smart enough to talk in code. Okay. I am saying the Superman is really dumb, and he could not hear and sense and destroy the drones himself in the first Metropolis Skyline battle. Emphasis on battle. Things flying around in a distance while someone's attacking you. You would pay attention to the fight. Drones are flying around. And again, Superman is just in his 3rd year. He's pretty new to the game. Nope, Lex was smart because he studied Superman's fighting style. He figured out ways to do it. He put codes in fighting styles to outsmart Superman. Without Lex, Ultraman couldn't have beaten Superman. Brains over brawn. Lex was smart to figure out a way to fight Superman and win. He destroyed hundreds of raptors, and he could not destroy. What? He destroyed hundreds of raptors, and he could not destroy 5-6 raptors. That doesn't make sense. Five or six drones. Yeah, the drones were away from him. The drones were flying about a few feet away, recording the fight in a distance. Look, imagine you're in the street. Someone was fighting you. Other people in the street, less than a mile away, was recording with cameras. Would you focus on the fight or look if you can see cameras? Would you look around for cameras and destroy the cameras, or would you fight? Defend yourself? Not Superman, could easily destroy the drones simultaneously fighting with hammer. Nope, because the drones, you can't focus on two things at once, let alone like 5 things that are far apart from each other and fight somebody. Imagine yourself in the street, 5 or 6 people recording you from a distance, and someone fights you. That's my clear example of what it is. You're being very annoying. You don't understand what I'm trying to say. Lex outsmarted Superman. This was a Superman clone, which means he's as fast as Superman, as strong as Superman, has the same powers as Superman. Lex Luthor could easily figure out that Superman was destroying the drones. Lex studied Superman's fighting style, how Superman was thinking during fights. Ultraman, look at this. Nico, Lex is a genius. He knows Superman every move, his strengths and weaknesses. Exactly. And look, Ultraman was a clone, which means he has the same strength, speed, and abilities as Superman. And he even mentions that Ultraman is stronger than Superman. He's just not smart. Ultraman is dumb, but very, like, a lot, like, noticeably stronger than Superman. You can tell by him punching Superman and him struggling really hard. If it's a person that's as strong as Superman, he wouldn't have struggled that hard. Remember, Superman fought all the Justice League in the Snyder Cut at the same. Yes. And you're comparing 2 different ones. James Gunn says that his Superman is not as strong as the godlike Snyder Cut. Zack Snyder made Superman godlike. His powers were a lot stronger. There's interviews saying that James Gunn's Superman is not as strong because he's more relatable. Yes. And the Justice League, none of them are as strong as Superman. But Ultraman was a clone of Superman, which means he is as strong or stronger than Superman. A person that's strong or stronger, fast or faster than Superman would have a better match facing Superman. No, Snyder Cut Superman just healed, so he was as weak as his Superman. No. Arguably, Snyder Superman, when he got back up, he would be stronger than Superman before. And you don't know how strong Snyder Superman was whenever he was weak. Because he was not that weak. Because he turned around and he was faster than the Flash. Okay, Superman fought two Kryptonians at the same time in Man of Steel. And again, Man of Steel is a different Superman. Man of Steel is supposed to be more godlike, and James Gunn's Superman is weaker because he tried to be more relatable. The issue for other people that didn't like Superman or Man of Steel or something, they always say that, oh, Superman's too overpowered. It's boring because he doesn't have a good fight. He always kills everybody. Which it's true because in Zack Snyder's Justice League, everyone struggled defeating Steppenwolf. And then Superman comes in and defeats Steppenwolf in a few minutes. Yeah, to be fair, Zod beat Superman in Man of Steel. Yeah. And that's one of my issues of Man of Steel, too. Zod was trained by military. He trained all his life of fighting styles and all that stuff. But Superman in Man of Steel, he didn't have any like fighting training, military training, or anything. He didn't have any armor or anything, but still defeated Zod. It was nighttime, so he didn't have the sun. Or if it was morning time, the sun wasn't strong. The whole point is he gets stronger by the sun. And if it was morning time, the sun wasn't bright. So if the sun isn't bright, the sun is not as effective. Okay. Man, that was annoying. That was very annoying. Nico just seems to really, really dislike Superman 2025. That was pretty crazy, right? Okay. I don't think Nico understands the movie. Yep, he doesn't understand the movie. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. He actually thinks that Superman would have enough power to actually destroy the drones at the same time fight someone that's equally or stronger than him. But okay, here is it. In Man of Steel, Superman absorbs solar radiation for 35 years, and Zod was just there for a few days. Well, Zod was looking for Earth, going to planet. What if there are suns? What if there are blue suns around him? Because blue suns actually enhance the power. Goes to planets to find a blue sun, then boom. Yep, 35 years of absorbing sunlight. Yep. But if that was the case, then Superman should have easily destroyed Zod in a couple seconds. 35 years of being stronger versus a person that didn't get stronger. Then Cavill should have easily destroyed Zod. Like, you're proving the point of Cavill could have easily destroyed him. Yeah. Why didn't Zod make it challenging? And also, Superman flew to Smallville and Metropolis, destroying a whole bunch of buildings. Whereas, why didn't Superman fly to a desert? Why didn't Superman fly to Antarctica? Ooh. Okay, here it is. And the Phantom Zone. If Superman didn't want to kill Zod, he would have sent him to the Phantom Zone. Superman could have easily just sent him to the Phantom. Zod said, "I'm smart, but you grew up on a farm." He said it himself, Nico. Because it was Superman's first day, and your Superman was Superman for 3 years. His first day, right? And why did it, what do you mean first day? Because he had the suit, he had the fighting. If it was his first day, then what's up with the whole Pa Kent situation? He would have hid his identity for a very long time because Pa Kent didn't want Superman to show his powers. Took Doomsday to space and Superman wasn't. Yeah, Zod fully trained. For a first day fighting, Superman is a really, really good fighter. If that was his first day as Superman, his strategy of fighting was crazy. Like, I still don't believe that's his first day fighting. Pa Kent wanted him to hide his powers. And Henry Cavill I still don't get that the whole Pa Kent dying when Henry Cavill was a high schooler, when Henry Cavill just looked like Henry Cavill. He didn't look younger at all. If he was supposed to be high schooler, why didn't they just recast him? Because you're ignorant and can't accept the fact that Superman was in the initial days in Man of Steel. Not ignorant, because it seems like Man of Steel, he knew how to fight very, very well. And it is odd because when you first learn how to fight, sometimes people make the mistake of holding it like this when a fist is like this. And you hold it like this, your hand hurts. There's multiple things that it seemed like not his first fight. Yeah, 3 years. 3 years. You're acting like 3 years is like a decade. 3 years is still early on in his career. 3 years. Yeah, it seems like Nico is trolling because man, it is odd. He is defending Man of Steel so much. He didn't know to fight. He was just not dumb to use his reflexes, speed, and power. The way he dodged, the way he maneuvered through everything. If it was the first time, he's like really good at flying. Because pilots, they spend a long, long time learning how to fly. Even if you know how to go up and straight, there's many other things that you have to learn how to do when you learn how to fly. He didn't know to fight. He was just not dumb in any reflexes. Yep. Yeah, I like Man of Steel, but I just don't kiss the movie's ass. Yeah. Oh, you say. What do you mean? Oh, you say he knew how to fight, then tell me who he fought before the Kryptonians trained in fighting. Criminals, maybe? Thugs, maybe? Maybe the situation where he threw a truck in a power line, right? He probably learned by doing, right? And my issue is he didn't know how to fight. He doesn't know how to fight. And him knowing how to fight Zod that easily, that's my issue. I'm saying he doesn't know how to fight, but seeing him fight Zod seems like he knows how to fight. That's my problem. Are you kidding? Throwing a truck doesn't make you good at fighting. That's just an example of learning his powers, learning the skills. And also, I didn't say he knew how to fight. I said he shouldn't have known how to fight if that was his first day as Superman. My issue is he shouldn't have known how to fight Zod if that was his first day. My thing is, I don't think that was his first day. It's kind of like when the Superman movie, right? Where in the movie it was clearly multiple days, but they didn't show Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, whatever day, because you assume you knew that it was multiple days. So if it's cut to a point, it could have been a different day. That's my point. Zod's entering through a truck. Yeah, at least helping the stream, I guess. So I'm not gonna block or anything like that because you're not being completely toxic. You're just debating, right? Again, I am saying Superman was slightly more powerful than Zod, even after destroying World Engine. 35 years of solar radiation, but still reduced some after World Engine destruction. And like I said, if you're saying that 35 years of solar radiation made him stronger, 35 years would have made him a lot stronger, not slightly stronger. 35 years of getting stronger versus a person that didn't have 35 years of getting stronger, you'd be stronger. Like, for example, you go into the gym for 35 years, keep pushing your limit, having like an 8-pack versus a person that never worked out in his life. Who's got to win? Person that got stronger for 35 years versus a person that didn't get stronger for 35 years. My thing is, if Zod was closer to like slightly more powerful, if Superman was slightly more powerful than Zod, then Zod probably have taken a shortcut, being close to like a blue sun. He destroyed World Engine that depleted its power. Yeah, but 35 years. It took away 35 years of getting stronger. That is weird, right? Is that the equivalent of like being super buff, getting 8-pack, and then going Thanksgiving and eating a whole buffet? Is that the equivalent? My issue is that World Engine shouldn't have depleted its powers as much because it's 35 years of getting stronger. If anything, if it depleted his power that much, shouldn't he look younger? Shouldn't he look weaker? Not be buff like he looked like? Like, why did his muscles still stay the same if he was supposed to be weaker? He's supposed to be weaker, right? You even said It just depleted its powers. You should be weaker. You should be less than 8-pack. In the Kryptonian environment, Superman became weak. Yeah. Then if he became weak, then Zod could have easily destroyed him right? If he was equally footed because it was a Kryptonian environment, he wouldn't have powers. Right? It's the same environment that he has on his planet. You contradict yourself right in that sentence right there. You contradicted yourself. If his Kryptonian environment, they would have had equal footing. And if Superman was slightly stronger than Zod, and Zod had military training for many, many years, possibly decades because of the time difference from Krypton to Earth, military training versus a person slightly stronger than you. You never watched Man of Steel properly. He healed by some, say, of sun and directly came and destroyed. Exactly. My whole point is 35 years couldn't have been taken away that fast. 35 years of getting stronger, then all of a sudden you're weak. Like, if that's possible, then being weak all of a sudden would like mess you up a lot. So your mental, you would have mental problems whenever you're like very strong and then all of a sudden very weak. I know this is not the same thing, but like you get steroids, right? You get steroids and you become really buff, and then because the next day you don't have the steroids in your system, all the muscles go disappear. And then once all the muscles disappear, your body system has to get used to not having muscles. Superman was faster and powerful than Zod, but he was depowered very much after destroying. Yes, depowered. But if you're that depowered, it would have messed you up. Messing you up all of a sudden being super powerful, all of a sudden losing all your power, it would mess you up a lot. And then once you're messed up a lot, Zod could have easily destroyed Superman. But still was stronger than Zod given his radiation. Yeah, 35 years radiation. That means he should have been a lot stronger than Zod. 35 years doesn't disappear like that. 35 years is a long, long time. I do not understand your point. 35 years of getting stronger, and then one thing takes it all away. 35 years? Can you explain how much power he lost? Explain that. From the depowering thing, how much power did he lose? Every superhero gets their ass kicked. It's very common. James Gunn isn't the only person doing this. Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, and other comic book directors do this. Oh my god, you are so dumb, kid. Kryptonian environment works just like kryptonite, but like a bit slower. No, kryptonite is a weakness. It takes away the powers. It makes you completely weak. Versus Krypton, you still have the ability to move around. You still have your muscles and all that stuff. Your powers are just like ultimate muscles. Exactly. Zod doesn't have kryptonite. Kryptonite came from Kryptonian environment, dumb. Kryptonite came from Krypton, but the Krypton planet got messed up by radiation. That's why it's green instead of white. The planet is white. Why is kryptonite green? Can you explain that? Explain why kryptonite is green when the planet is white. Can you explain that? Explain that to me. Nico, explain that to me. Why is kryptonite green? Yeah. No, Zod doesn't have kryptonite. That means the radiation sun 35 years would have been gone. If it becomes like humans, if Superman turns pretty much like a human, the sun radiation would have depleted completely. Could you explain what your mindset is on that situation? Because then where did kryptonite come from? It came from fragments from kryptonite. Fragments that got affected by radiation. Radiation changed the chemical reaction of the planet. That's why there's multiple different kryptonites. There's kryptonites that enhance your power, completely remove your power, kill you. And the pink kryptonite makes you gay. Look that up. The pink kryptonite makes you gay. Nico, I don't think you understand Man of Steel either. Krypton and Earth has different air. The engine turns Earth into Krypton. However, it's Krypton that has a yellow sun because Zod didn't destroy Earth's sun. Krypton had a red sun. Krypton had a red sun, that's why they didn't have powers. Krypton had a red sun, Earth has a yellow sun, and when Zod came in, turning Earth into Krypton, the red sun was still there. Okay, plot hole. Point me out a plot hole, because the plot holes you pointed out, I debunked instantly. Because Man of Steel, one thing I'm gonna clarify, the thing I'm mentioning is not a plot hole, but a dumb thing that happened in the movie. Man of Steel had Pa Kent tell his son he should have left all his classmates to die in the bus. Another thing, Pa Kent told his son to not save his life. Another thing, while he was trapped, Pa Kent hid under an overpass. And during a tornado, an overpass is the worst place to hide. Well, you don't understand both movies. No, you did not. You just gave an ignorant answer by defending the movie. Defending the movie is clarifying a plot hole. What did you want me to say when I was clarifying your reasoning of the plot hole? It's not a plot hole. It's a what if he did this situation. Oh, there are drones around. He should have destroyed the drones. That's not a plot hole. He just didn't destroy the drones. A plot hole is a thing that, oh, this shouldn't have happened because the rules of the movie contradict it. That's a plot hole. The rules of the movie did not contradict the fact that the drones were there. The drones were there is not a plot hole. Superman can't see through Ultraman's mask. Whether it was never mentioned, it was lead and Superman couldn't figure it out. Drones and commands earlier. It's not that he didn't figure it out. He already knew there was drones. He was just facing a person equal to his powers. So a person that's equal to or stronger than his powers, you would pay attention to a person hurting you. Look, even if he saw through the mask, that reveal was for the audience. Even if he knew, oh, it's a person that looks like me, he wouldn't know it's a clone. He'll just, oh, he looks like me. No, he understood about drones at the final battle, idiot. No. Yes. He knew about the drones, but he was facing a person equal or stronger than him that had the brains of Lex Luthor, because Lex Luthor was controlling it. If he was going after the drones, Lex Luthor could have lasered David Cornsweet, then boom, you would move on defending the drones. Lex Luthor spent many years studying Superman, studying how he moves, how he fights. You wouldn't think Lex Luthor could figure out if Superman would destroy the drones. Yeah, if the movie tells instead of shows, then it ruins it. If the mask was made out of lead, it would have been boring for Lex Luthor to mention, oh, the mask is made out of lead. You would assume, oh, he can't see through that mask. What material can he not see through? Lead. He can't see through that mask? Oh, how can he not see through that mask? Lead. Lex Luthor would have thought, oh, Superman is about to destroy the drones. Let's defend the drones. And it seems like the drones are really fast too. So the drones will probably dodge Superman's punches. And don't say, oh, he has super speed, because we didn't see him use any of the super speed. He was fast. He was really fast, yes, but not super speed. 3 years into being Superman, he would have to really, really try to learn how to do stuff. Superman was shocked to see Ultraman's face when he can see through it. He has super reflex engineer Ultraman. Again, what if the mask was made out of lead? What if the mask was made out of lead? The mask made out of lead, he can't see through it. Yep. And the eye stuff could just be covered because Ultraman didn't need to see, because Lex Luthor was controlling him, just telling him what to do. It's like telling a blind person where to go. He was probably really blind. He couldn't see. Drones were so fast that Wii toys or crypto like T-spheres. What? Could you type that in a clear sentence? Drones were so fast that Wii toys for crypto like T-spheres. Have you heard of show don't tell? Him seeing the mask could show that that was lead. And the mask being destroyed, and whenever it was being destroyed, you can see it was like metal-like. Could have been lead, because the mask was destroyed like, oh. And here's the assumption thing, right? You assume that, oh, the engine made Earth into Krypton. You assume that Superman's still strong. from the 35 years of sunlight. You assume that Zod is equal to Superman's powers. You assume that you assume a lot of stuff, right? Drones were so fast that they were toys for like two spears. No. Here is my explanation for that, right? Lex Luthor did not study Crypto's movements. They clarified Lex Luthor studied Superman's movements and fighting style. Crypto has similar abilities than Superman, but because he's a dog, he moves differently than Superman. So whenever he catches the drones, Lex didn't know what to do, and he was panicking, looking at each drone. Nico doesn't understand anything, Superman. You said drones were too fast for Superman to detect. I didn't say to detect. The drones were fast. It can dodge Superman because Lex Luthor studied his movements and fighting style. The drones were there knowing the drones were there. Lex Luthor knows how Superman moves, how Superman fights, so the drones would have moved when Superman wasn't moving to. Tell me you didn't read a comic by telling me you didn't read a comic. I gave a logical argument about Man of Steel. You just assumed shit. No, you assumed the amount of power the engine would drain. You assumed that oh, Zod couldn't have just couldn't have just killed Superman, because Superman. My other issue of Superman was Superman was holding back, didn't want to kill Zod, but Zod was after Superman and wanted to kill him. So Zod could have easily killed him because his mindset was to kill Superman. I'm not assuming it. I'm seeing with my eyes what's happening on screen. See, I'm using my eyes to see context clues of what's happening. Lex Luthor says he studied Superman's moveset and his fighting style. And those drones are owned by Lex Luthor. Those drones are controlled by Lex Luthor. He is very smart. He knows where Superman will go, so he controls the drones to avoid Superman. You have never seen a Superman in comics so dumb to not use his reflexes and powers to fight multiple opponents. What opponents? He uses laser eye vision to fight the Raptors. It's in the trailer, it's in the movie. Yeah, funny guy's right. It seems like you're casual because I'm explaining the exact thing I'm thinking of. I'm not assuming, I'm using context clues in the movie because Lex Luthor said himself that he studied Superman's move set and his fighting style. And because he knows how he moves and how he fights, he has drones flying and following him. And the drones are powered by Lex Luthor, the person that knows where Superman will move to. He is so smart that he would have drones that would avoid where Superman goes. And the reason why him calling Crypto was smart for Superman to do is because Lex never studied Crypto's moveset. These were not opponents, these were not some drones, when he could easily destroy them with heat vision. These were not opponents, these were not some drones. What do you mean it wasn't drones? Your whole argument is the drones. It wasn't it was not opponents, it was not drones. Then what is it? When he could easily destroy them with heat vision. Lex knows his moveset. Lex knows his fighting style. He would know that he would use heat vision. Lex knows how he fights. He spent multiple years studying him. It's in the context of the movie. He knows how he's going to fight. So he prepares ahead of time. That's why Ultraman pushes Superman down, facing him away from Ultraman so he doesn't laser him. And then when his mask is off, he lasers his eyes. And these were not some opponents, these were drones. He could easily destroy with heat vision like he did to hundreds of raptors. Yes, but Lex was avoiding that. He was avoiding that because he knew that Superman would be distracted by Ultraman. He knows where he's going. So if Superman uses his heat vision to a drone, all he needs to do is move the drone where he's not using heat vision. Look, heat vision. So heat vision. Whoa, whoa. The drone's right here. Whoa, and then drone goes up to avoid the heat vision. The whole point was Lex Luthor was 2 steps ahead of Superman. It was brains over brawn. Lex Luthor was smarter than Superman. He could think ways to avoid what Superman was going to do. Brains over brawn. The whole conversation with Superman and Lex was brains over brawn. Freak. The funny guy. Can you try to explain this again, Nico? Lex was so dumb that he sent raptors. He could have known Superman could easily destroy them in seconds, and you said he studied him for years. Yes, the raptors. Are you serious? Those were pawns. Lex Luthor doesn't care about the raptors. That's how evil Lex Luthor is. Lex Luthor is so evil. He sacrifices his raptors to. He was distracting Superman. Okay. Exactly. He doesn't care about anyone. He hires people to let them die. The only people he would really care about are the people that are controlling the computers and programming. Oh yeah, and drone's movement is slow. Zip, slow, zip. You're assuming how fast Superman is in this movie. Where in the movie did you see Superman as fast as the Flash? Within the movie, context of the movie, did you see Superman as fast as the Flash? This Superman is not as strong as Man of Steel. Did you see how fast the drones were moving? Right? The drones caught up to Superman the whole time. And can you imagine how fast the drones would be if it went full speed to avoid the lasers? No. No. Not at all. Not at all. We didn't see how fast this version is. No. No. Not every adaptation is very fast. George Reeves wasn't as fast as The Flash. Kirk Allen was definitely not as fast as The Flash. Nearly almost means some of them are not as fast as The Flash, meaning James Gunn's Superman could possibly be not as fast as The Flash. Comic book adaptation, right? It's based on the characters, but this is not a straight adaptation to a specific comic. Kind of like BVS. BVS was not a straight adaptation to a specific comic. The examples people show are from different comics. Dark Knight Returns is a big example that they show that it was based on. But Dark Knight Returns did not have Superman. Yes, Nico, the Flash has access to the Speed Force and can travel time. And plus, when the Flash and Superman raced on foot, the Flash won the race. The first race, the Flash didn't win because he mentioned that he let Superman win at first. Then they had a rematch, and the Flash won. The Flash is faster than Superman. They raced in the comics much faster than the drone, definitely, which he could have easily detected, which he did not. Where did it say that he did not detect the drones? Where did it say he did not detect the drones? What if he knew the drones were there, but focused on the fight? Because he's only 3 years in the Superman thing. He is an amateur thinking, oh, let's focus on the person attacking me. Did you not read 3 years Superman? Just let this go already. He is faster than, he could be faster than the drones or not. We don't know how fast Superman can go. And this is a comic book. Drones can be as fast as they want. Comic book adaptations have Superman pulling multiple planets with a chain. He's had enough reflexes to destroy 5 drones easily, not even requiring to be a Flash level being. And plus, he could hear Lex's commands easily in Metropolis. Commands, right? Like A1. So letter number, letter number, letter number. And Superman is not as smart as Lex. Lex Luthor had a code system. Superman couldn't figure out the code system for a good while, and Lex Luthor is smart enough to see when Superman is about to do the laser eyes. The drones could dodge it because this is a comic book adaptation where drones can go as fast as the writer wants the drones to be. Lex Luthor is very smart, so they can make drones very fast. Yeah, you could easily understand Lex is giving him commands using drones. Which you detected was detected way before. Yes, the commands like letters and numbers. Letters and numbers, where Superman has to figure out what letter and number means. The letter and number means a specific fighting move. Which means he would just figure out, oh, it means fighting. How you avoid a fighting move with only knowing it means fighting. If Lex Luthor said Ultraman punch Superman, then Superman would figure Lex out. But Lex said B57, whatever fighting code he can make up. Yes, he's making up codes to hide what he's trying to tell him. And Ultraman, all he knows is the codes. And the communication thing with Ultraman talking in the suit could easily be Lex Luthor controlling him, doing the communication of saying stuff. Ultraman probably didn't understand what he said. He was just controlled by Lex Luthor. So I'm just it's a fun debate. It's a fun debate. But man, we're just going circles and circles, saying the same thing over and over. But yeah, he would be feel strange. He will be feel strange. Learn English. Learn English, man. He would be feel strange. Why Lex is giving weird spelled weird commands using drones and understand that he is commanding a robot using code. Weird is spelled wrong, so learn how to spell. You gotta learn how to spell. And you're saying is only one is. Lex is giving weird. WIERD commands using drones. Here's the thing. Superman doesn't know what the codes mean. He knows the codes mean fighting moves, obviously, but he doesn't know what letter and number, what equals to what letter and number. He goes somewhere. No, he does something. Lex figures out what he does because he studied them for multiple years. So he says a letter and number, then boom, reverses what Superman does. All Superman knows is the codes mean fighting moves. And Superman And there was, by your words yourself, there was 5 or 6 cameras, drone cameras. Destroys one. It's like, oh, he's destroying the cameras. Gotta pay attention to Superman's move set to figure out what camera he's gonna aim at next. And the reason why Krypto destroyed the cameras is because he doesn't know how Krypto moves. Can you thank you for talking for this long. I've enjoyed this. But yeah, my whole point is he would feel strange why Lex is giving weird commands using some drones. Superman should have guessed this is a robot controlled by Lex, and if he can destroy drones, if he could exploit it. Yes, but Lex would figure out Superman is destroying the drones. And since Lex studied how Superman moves, he would figure out what drone he will hit next and move that drone out of the way. He knows how he's going to move. He's multiple steps ahead of Superman. He knows he's destroying the drones. And drones would be fast enough to dodge once he starts doing the lasers. Once he starts doing the lasers, the laser moves as fast as Superman can move his head. He could hit one laser for sure, right? But once he looks at another laser, Lex would figure it out and dodge it. You don't need to be a world-class detective to understand. Yes, he would understand codes would mean how they fight, but he won't understand what letter and number matches to what fighting move. Right? He says he has a whole bunch of codes for the fighting system. He has a lot of fighting move sets. So whenever Superman figures out a few of the codes, he still has thousands of other codes or hundreds or whatever amount of codes. So you can avoid it by using a different code. It's way faster than drones, idiot. If Krypto could play with them, Superman could easily destroy them. Way faster than the drones, but Lex Luthor is controlling them. Lex Luthor could figure out Superman is attacking the drones, and then he can have the drones avoid him. The drones can avoid Superman, and Krypto plays with the drones because Lex did not study Krypto. Lex Luthor only studied Superman's moves. Krypto is not Superman, and Krypto is not trained. So Krypto is moving randomly.
Crypto moves randomly.
This Superman was not weak as you think. He is. He has all the basic powers of Superman.
The basic powers of Superman. But how much powers of that basic powers? Like, does he have a 8-pack? Does he have a 6-pack? Is he an Olympian or just good at the sport? Is he a Harvard grad or a public school grad?
That's like saying, why is Avengers weaker than Thanos? They should have figured out the Infinity Stones. Well, Thanos is smart. There you go. You can't avoid a being who is moving way faster than them. It's like catching a drone.
It's brains over brawn. Lex Luthor can think faster than Superman can move. That's why he keeps saying the codes, letter and number, because it's quicker than saying how to move. Lex Luthor, yeah, right there. Lex Luthor calls Ultraman the most powerful being. Lex Luthor says Ultraman is stronger than Superman, could be faster than Superman. And his lasers could be stronger than his lasers. As you could see, when Ultraman used his lasers, Superman was pushed back a lot. So the lasers hit really, really strong. Were easily destructible. They were only toys for beings like Superman. Yes, easily destructible. But drones can avoid stuff. That's the whole point of drones. Imagine you flying a drone in like a forest. You're avoiding trees. You're avoiding stuff. Man, you're giving me a mini heart attack, man. You're not understanding what I'm trying to tell you. Without drones, he is not even 25% of Superman. No. Lex Luthor said he's stronger. Lex Luthor says he's stronger and faster, like way more powerful than Superman. The only reason why Superman beat him was he was dumb. Ultraman is not smart. That's why he's controlled by Lex Luthor. Without the drones, Ultraman cannot move as easily because he's not smart enough to be able to fight. The whole point of destroying the drones is because Ultraman is not smart. Without the drones, Ultraman can't move as seamlessly. You can know all the moves, but you can't avoid it by coming it at you. Supersonic speed and reflect. Superman is not a supersonic speed type of character in this movie. He went, the one time he went super fast was when he rushed to the Fortress of Solitude. That's the only time he went super fast. In terms of fighting skills, he is not even. Fighting skills, that was the whole point of the drones. Lex Luthor was controlling Ultraman because Ultraman didn't have the fighting skills. He had the ability, but not the skills. That's the whole point of the drones. Is that it, Miko? Is that it? Is that all you have to say, Miko? A funny guy. Did I prove my point? Drones are slower for Kryptonians to be destroyed easily, and then he could have easily best Ultraman after that earlier. Yes, drones are slower. Yes. But Lex Luthor was smart. He studied Superman's moves. If Superman was going to destroy one of the drones, Lex Luthor would figure it out and have the drones move around. Lasers can only hit this much, the amount of the eyes. Drones can move around. Was Superman killed Ultraman in this movie? No, he didn't. Ultraman was in the black hole, and within this movie, the context in this movie, the black hole is not 100% meaning that he's dead. He's a Superman clone, so we could figure out that Superman could possibly survive within that alternate universe, the pocket universe. Way slower to avoid Superman. The drones were there to strategize his moveset. That Ultraman went through a black hole. He did not die. And people are theorizing that what if Ultraman comes back as Bizarro? After going through that black hole, he changes into Bizarro. Yes. Exactly what I said. Superman knew that there is strong possibility that Ultraman would painfully die in the black hole. He still decided to push him in the black hole. Where else would you move Ultraman? A person that's not smart at all, that can't think of their own self. And Superman knew about pocket universes and knew that black holes were part of the whole pocket universe situation. So there are possibilities that you would survive. It's like Superman lasering the team, the army, right? There's a possibility that that laser could have killed them, right? Oh, yeah. And there's a possibility that throwing that desk to that window would break that window and have the desk fall on somebody. There's a possibility that Superman, when he fell in the snow, would land on Krypto. There's a possibility that but Superman didn't know he would survive or not. How would you know that? How would you know Superman didn't know? If Superman could figure out what the codes were, in your perspective, you said that Superman could figure out what the codes were. How do you know Superman wouldn't know that it wouldn't kill him? Because here's an example, right? Superman fell in that river of like black hole kind of multiverse kind of no, pocket dimension kind of thing. That river thing was similar to that black hole situation. He did not die in that river thing, so he survived without dying. Sending someone to something similar to where he was that he didn't die in, went to that black hole where someone can survive it. Someone that has the same DNA as Superman could survive in a black hole. Nico, well, that's like saying Ant-Man killed Yellow Jacket in the Quantum Realm, the first movie. Well, it turns out Yellow Jacket is alive. You said this Superman was way weaker. How can be like Superman survive black hole idiot? No. Superman was in that river thing that was supposedly too dangerous for humans. He's an alien that has powers. He's an alien that could withstand some damage. All right. The fact that he survived in that river thing shows that he could survive in something similar to a black hole. Okay. And the fact that he wasn't getting hurt by it shows that it wasn't even phasing him, which means it wasn't hurting him at all. Versus, and then you would think that a black hole that's similar to that river, if it was going to hurt him more, it wouldn't hurt him as much because he knows he can withstand something similar to a black hole. And how can your so-called vulnerable Superman know that Ultraman would survive in that black hole? He knows that Ultraman can survive in that black hole because he's a clone similar to Superman. which he survived in that river thing. Vulnerable doesn't mean vulnerable to everything. Vulnerable can mean something else, right? I'm not talking, bro. You spelled here wrong. Just said this Superman was way weaker. Way weaker doesn't mean he's weak to everything. For example, you can have like a six-pack and be a lot stronger than a person that's has no pack. But the person with a six-pack is allergic to bees. And then when he gets stung by a bee, he gets it's really painful for him. And he's struggling with it versus a person that's not allergic to bees gets stung by a bee and he moves on within like a month late, like a couple weeks later, a month later, something like that. So you can be stronger than a person, have a different weakness. Being weaker doesn't mean you're weak to everything. Can you just admit that you're wrong? That funny. I don't think he knows what he's talking about at all. Lex Luthor is smart. He could avoid everything Superman does. So yeah. Surviving black holes is like a cosmic level feat for your weak Superman idiot. I'm not saying he's weak though. He is more vulnerable to stuff, but black holes. This is a comic book, bro. You are arguing about comic book stuff. He's very close about Superman stuff, I think. Yes. He seems like a fake Superman fan. Yeah. His body chemicals are different. Superman Kryptonians have different body chemicals. So things like a black hole with those kind of things, cosmic stuff, you can't have. For example, this right here. You can breathe in space. You can breathe in space. Are you okay? A funny guy. I am not talking to you, dude. Why are you even here? He's responding to the things I'm saying. Yes, because he's in the live chat. Because he's talking in a public live chat. He's completely fine. We're communicating. Live chats have multiple people more people can come in and talk. And if someone overwhelms the live chat, I'll probably like time them. We'll probably like time them out, something like that. But so far, no one's being crazy. Yeah, it is weird. He thinks it's a one-on-one conversation whenever this is just a live stream that has a chat feature. Oh my goodness. So my point is, you just contradicted yourself by saying this Superman is vulnerable and still could pull off a black level feat. No, I did not contradict myself because black holes are different to different damaging situations. Black holes are different. And we do not know what black holes actually do. If you go through a black hole, science has still not figured it out. So can you please just move on from this? Black holes are more of a sci-fi thing. You go through the black hole. You can be vulnerable to something and not be vulnerable to other things because bodies react to different things differently. It's biology. Aliens have different biological things than humans. Humans can touch kryptonite. Superman cannot touch kryptonite because he's different. Yeah, Nico, can you just move on? This is a comic book movie. Sci-fi stuff happen. Things are not factual in a movie, especially a comic book movie or a superhero with powers. Could survive a black hole, but could destroy fucking drones. He could destroy drones, but Lex Luthor was smarter than Superman. Can you just move on? His brains over brawn. They said it constantly in the movie. They said it multiple times. Brains over brawn, brains over brawn. And then Superman did the whole brains over brawn thing to Lex by inviting Krypto. Brains over brawn, brains over brawn, brains over brawn. Brains over brawn, brains over brawn. It just seems like Nico's trolling at this point, man. The funny guy is Nico trolling. Yeah, just time him out for a while. Don't do the same mistake I did. I accidentally blocked the other guy, but yeah, just time him out. I tried to explain it multiple times to you. You're only assuming he's dead. Have you do you know the rule of if he didn't die, if they didn't die on camera, they didn't die? Have you have you heard about that rule before? If they didn't die on camera, they didn't die. Kind of like in Superman 2, there was a a deleted scene where Lex Luthor goes to jail. He goes to the Phantom Zone. Instead of dying, he went to the Phantom Zone. That's good. Good, you timed him out. I tried to explain it. I kept saying the same thing over and over, trying to tell him, trying to have him figure out what I'm trying to say. But yeah. That funny guy, did I actually say good points, or did he just I don't know. I'm just confused of how I presented it versus him asking the question. I mean, uh, yeah, good, yeah. That guy was very annoying. I was trying to explain the same thing over and over, saying the same sentence, trying to explain what my mindset was, but yeah, he was repeating himself and not bringing anything new to the table. Yeah, he's not a good debater. Yeah, he kept saying the same thing over and over. Like Lex Luthor could avoid Superman from attacking the drones because he was smart. He studied his move set, so that's how he could avoid it. He was smart. The codes were there for Superman to not figure out what he was telling Ultraman. It's like if you grow up, instead of learning a language, you learn only a code. Letter, number, mixture. You wouldn't know how to talk a specific language, but you'll know. That's good. But overall, Superman was really good. I like it. Can't wait for Supergirl. Supergirl is gonna be awesome. People said, "Oh, Supergirl is gonna be bad because of the joke, Supergirl calling his cousin the B word and stuff like that." It's really dumb to me. One little scene doesn't mean the entire movie's gonna be like that scene. Superman grew up. You know, Lex Luthor grew up rich, so Nico doesn't understand anything. Let's move on. Yes, let's move on. Yeah. Let's move on and say, Okay, I changed the name to Superman Haters and More. James Gunn's Superman is amazing. Yeah, I really enjoyed Superman, and it is really good. It's enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, haters are calling him drunk party girl, and the fact that they don't know what the comic it's based on. She is drunk because she is depressed and stressed out and wants to have fun and just forget about her problems. It's a very intense kind of storyline. And they said it wasn't like completely based on that storyline, it was more inspired by it, but it's gonna have that same kind of idea. Supergirl is going to be drunk and then sober for the whole movie. So yeah. Yeah. And she'll probably be like a little mixture of both, but I think she's gonna be yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if she was not completely sober the entire movie, the rest of the movie. I would say like if she was like a little tipsy and try to like figure stuff out by having like a brain, like her brain kind of being messed with and stuff like that. That would be kind of interesting. Her not completely being sober, but like her like adapting to her being drunk and not drunk and stuff like that. That'd be kind of interesting. If it was like a rated R movie, that'd be cool. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, nothing to worry about. And Clayface is after that. I think I think Supergirl and then the Lanterns and then Clayface. I think that's the order. Possibly that Teen Titans movie. But yeah, but what's funny is this stream would be recorded, so like people can actually watch that whole crazy. People can actually watch that crazy debate. I mean, it goes on, but the stream is gonna be crazy. People that are not like, I want to know. I think it's a little obvious. Superman. I mean, How to Train Your Dragon was really good too. I think. Hold on. Movies 2025. Uh, okay, so I'm here. Screen share. Okay, so I'm here looking at this right here. 25.5. Amateur was really good. It was like more of like a secret agent kind of thing, and I think Amateur had Rachel Brosnahan. Yeah, Amateur had Rachel Brosnahan, which that's mainly why I watched it, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. It was interesting. I watched The Monkey. It's kind of like a James Gunn situation where it's a horror comedy. Um, How to Train Your Dragon, like I said, I watched that. It was pretty good. Death of a Unicorn was interesting. It was pretty smart. I watched Mission Impossible. It wasn't that great, but it it closed off the whole franchise. And if they're gonna continue it, I don't think Tom Cruise would continue. They're probably gonna have someone else to take over. Novocaine was also kind of like a James Gunn thing. It was kind of like Super, sort of. Companion was pretty dark. It was interesting. It was a good action. That was pretty fun. Yeah, I didn't really watch Thunderbolts, but I heard pretty good things. My brother liked it. So yeah, overall, the Amateur was pretty good, for sure. How to Train Your Dragon was pretty much the same as the animated movie, which is, to me, is a good thing, because if you change it too much, it's gonna mess stuff up. DCU Supergirl might be better than CW Supergirl. Yeah. It might be better because that CGI was pretty bad in some of the stuff. Gonna be good. I love the 80s Supergirl movie. Yeah, 80s Supergirl movie is pretty good. Some parts are kind of like so bad it's good situation, but overall it's good. What about Sinners? Have you watched that? I watched some parts, but I was in the drive-in movie theater, and I couldn't really see much. So I saw like a good amount, but yeah. Ryan Coogler for the DCU was exciting. Yeah, Ryan Coogler. Yeah, that was pretty good. Thunderbolts was pretty good. Yeah. Oh, Flight Risk was pretty good. Some people really don't like Mark Wahlberg right now, because he was seen as being racist because he attacked Asian. But I separate art from the artist. I would like something, but understand sometimes the people could be bad. What's weird is this is Dora now, and this is not the hot girl, like a sequel, but not really. Okay, so yeah, that was my thing. Are you planning to watch Fantastic Four? Maybe. I'm kind of iffy on it. I heard. I'm still questioning the whole Silver Surfer being female, and the whole Mr. Fantastic not really looking at like the comics, because the original Fantastic Four, I think the casting was perfect. Disney didn't market it low enough, so it's not enough. Need to watch. No one even knew the movie existed, and I don't like Disney's response to their fans. Yeah, Disney's response to their fans. And plus, I don't really like the Disney live action stuff, because whenever they do the live action stuff, they change stuff way too much. That's why I liked How to Train Your Dragon, because it was pretty much exactly like the animated movie, but live action. And the way they did the live action was really cool. Yeah, Galactus is a pretty cool thing. It's just, I think they fast forwarded the whole Fantastic Four way too like far. You know? Wait, what? Why is she? Why is Last Girl Invisible Girl or something like that? And she, why is she already pregnant? You know, and why is she seeming like to be the leader of the team based on the trailers? She looks like she's gonna be the leader, even though Mr. Fantastic should be the leader. My opinion. She could be a supporting leader, I guess. For me, Aladdin 19 last round. Okay. Yeah, Disney live action remakes is not that good, but How to Train Your Dragon was really good. And I'm also looking forward to the new Zelda movie coming out pretty soon. I think it's coming out next year, maybe. But they already have the casting announcement, so. But yeah. What's kind of cool is I think uh Robot Chicken came back. Have you saw that? Robot Chicken has a special coming out, like kind of making fun of Discovery shows. No, no. Zelda trailer didn't release yet. They just announced who's playing Zelda and who's playing Link. What did you think of the live action Beauty and the Beast? That's I didn't even watch it because the trailer was so bad. I avoided it because um no, I don't, because my channel is way too small. I really want my channel to be bigger, and I have my Venmo connected to my YouTube. I have that, but that's about it. I don't really have anything right now. I hope my channel grows until so I can have like super chats and stuff, but yeah. Yeah, I don't have any like super chats or anything like that. I just I'm bare. This is purely for fun, and if I ever do grow as a channel and actually get paid for this, that would be a bonus. But I'm just doing this just to support what I like Superman. But um, yeah, it's good, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Just for some fun, I'm just gonna. Oh no. There you go. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. That would be fun. That would be good. I just really want to be more positive and stuff. That whole debate I had before was pretty crazy. But yeah, let's just really support Superman. Talk to people about it, and possibly have like a group watch together. You know, like share money to watch it together and stuff like that, and possibly buy it physically. Like you can pre-order it, stuff like that. I just really want this to do well. You don't have to do any of that. I'm just suggesting that that's all it is. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. I'm just saying stuff. Yeah. This is a pretty successful stream. I'm not going right now, I'm just mentioning. But yeah. I'm hopeful for next year Supergirl. And that picture was pretty cool. But yeah. That's pretty cool. Have you watched it already, or you want to watch it like the second time, or? Oh yeah, it says you already watched it, so you're gonna watch it another time, yeah. Yeah, you can watch Superman clips on YouTube as well. Watch the trailer, like help out the trailer, you know. Again, planning to watch it the second time. Yeah, second time, yeah. I truly enjoyed it, yeah. And if you watch it second time, you can invite people, you know, you can invite friends, family, you know. And also you can do something like tweeting it or Instagram posts or stuff like that, you know. But yeah. Yeah, so I kind of think because James Gunn said one of the three main characters of Superman, like Superman, Lois Lane, and Lex Luthor, one of them is gonna be in Peacemaker. And I believe what would make sense would probably be Lex Luthor being in Peacemaker. Funny thing is, I've invited like 10. Yeah, cool. Yeah, inviting your friends would be good. Some like it, yeah. Others don't. That's fine. That's fine. Others not liking it is fine. It's just like good that they gave it a chance. And I respect people that like Man of Steel. I personally don't. But of course, fine with all that. I just don't want DC to completely fail because if they fail, they'll sell parts of their company separately, and separating the company to me is not a good idea because making it harder to find stuff, you know, like one company's got to own this, another company's got to own this, kind of like if Paramount gets like Harry Potter or something, you know. Yeah, Superman being weaker makes it more relatable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was very relatable, and it had like people worried about him for the first time. You know, Man of Steel, you're not really worried about him because he's overpowered because in Zack Snyder's Justice League, Superman wasn't there until the very end, and he just had a few minutes and just destroyed the bad guy. You know, hope we finally get Brainiac in live action Superman movie. It seems like every time they try to get Brainiac in live action. Okay, here's my so Patrick, here's my question. What type of Brainiac do you want? Because there's multiple ones, right? There's the Brainiac that's like the whole smart one and that does stuff, or the Brainiac that had an attachment to Krypton that had all the information from Krypton and tried to like help everything, or like the Brainiac that wants to just take over everything, or which one? Because I'm pretty sure there's also a Brainiac that's kind of neutral, like not good or bad. There's that Brainiac. It makes more challenging. The cameos are pretty good. Like when James Gunn said he doesn't want to rely on cameos, like oh, the cameo is gonna lead to other movies. It makes sense. Those cameos didn't really lead to anything. Those cameos kind of hinted at the fact that, oh, Peacemaker is already shot and made. So when Peacemaker comes out, you're gonna remember Peacemaker. And then um, the Sean Gunn cameo was because Sean Gunn is also in Peacemaker. Stuff like that. Smart one? You mean the smart one that freezes cities, or the smart one that is attached to Krypton? Because there's that alien one where he's from a different planet but wants to have cities to be perfect. And then there's one that knows everything about Krypton and teaches Superman about the craziness of Krypton, stuff like that. Peacemaker being in the DCU matches better than him being in the DCEU. Yeah, him being there that makes sense. Yeah, I think Animal Man would be pretty cool too, because Animal Man is one that. Oh, the one. What do you think of Metamorpho? Metamorpho was pretty good. Metamorpho, he had that girlfriend that was in that apartment stuff, and like that proves that they're not rich, and they're not rich because I'm guessing the girlfriend kind of moved out of the family thing. That was pretty cool. And then Metamorpho's son, if he ages up, he's gonna be like overpowered because that son can turn other things into like other things. Attached to Krypton, yeah, that was pretty good. Um, but yeah, but what I was about to say is, I think Animal Man would be really cool to add, because Animal Man is kind of like another person that kind of breaks the fourth wall, because Peacemaker doesn't really break the fourth wall. If they wanted to have, because they had Harley Quinn, they wanted Harley Quinn to be kind of like Deadpool, which kind of annoyed me a little bit because she was being kind of annoying. But if they wanted a Deadpool kind of like character, Animal Man would be really good. And for another Superman villain, Toy Man would be pretty cool too. I saw Metamorpho Justice League clip from 4 years ago. Oh, that's pretty cool. People said Metamorpho girlfriend. Yes. Yeah, yeah. But the yeah, but like when he was seen watching that TV, when he was outside the prison, the girl that was with him, that's his girlfriend, not the girl that was in the prison with him. But yeah, Animal Man would be really good. I mean, if anything, James Gunn could also bring in Red Tool. Yeah, Metamorpho was awesome. Yeah, I like Metamorpho. That was pretty good. Yeah, Red Tool, and yeah. Man, this live stream's gonna be pretty interesting, man. It's like it started out with the whole debate, and then now it's talking about Supergirl, and it's talking about other stuff. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty good live. And plus, for this live, you can just like leave it on in the background and possibly like look at the replies and stuff. Like it's gonna be pretty fun live for other people. Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours is crazy. Yeah, yeah, I've plenty of time. Yeah, like I said, this 4 hours thing would be good for like setting in the background, just letting it go, just listening, and you can like rewind it whenever I'm like replying to something, stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, David Cornsett, Rachel Brosnahan, yeah, that would be pretty cool. And seeing like Nicholas Holt, that would be interesting. And yeah, yeah, I just think it's gonna be pretty interesting, man. This is gonna be pretty fun, pretty fun year. And don't forget to watch Peacemaker next month. Peacemaker next month, man. Peacemaker next month. And I know like some people don't really watch Teen Titans Go, but Teen Titans Go is still holding strong, man. Peacemaker next month. And yeah, and did you see a lot of people one post that said a lot of people are watching all the Superman movies and stuff and Peacemaker and stuff. A lot more people are watching those because the Superman came out. When Superman came out, a lot of people are watching all the Superman stuff. I'm guessing it's because they watch the movie, the Superman movie, and then they come back and watch more Superman stuff. Or they watch the Superman movie, like the Superman stuff on HBO Max to get ready to watch the Superman movie, you know? But there was the streaming numbers that showed, yeah, I head off. Bye. Good night. Yeah, but that was pretty interesting. That they had the streaming number show up. So yeah. So how's it going, everybody? How's it going? It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy, right? So how are y'all? How are y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing, man? Doing great. That's good. That's good to hear. Yeah, but those streaming numbers went crazy for HBO Max. Enhanced a lot, man. Yeah, Mr. Terrific was crazy. That fighting scene with that music. Some people didn't like the fact that they had the music on there because they reminded them of the whole Guardians of the Galaxy stuff, but not music. Wonderful. Yeah, that's interesting. Like it, they have plenty of choices though. It's gonna be pretty fun. Mm, is a cliche, but Superman for all seasons. So look, the reason why I'm sharing this is the fact that you could see the streaming thing. You can see the streaming numbers right here. Yep, that's awesome. Yeah, the streaming numbers helped this movie helped all the streaming stuff. More people are watching Man of Steel, but Super/Man got way more percentage for that, which is good. So, yeah. Yep. So yeah, I'm kind of proud of HBO Max right now. It is doing really well, and I just do this for fun. I checked on the stocks, Warner Brothers stocks, and it raised up a lot. It went from $9 to $12, 9 to $12.75, and that's pretty crazy for like I think quarter of a year. That was pretty cool. So we got like a whole bunch when it was $9 or like $8 something. Yeah. At some point, I'll probably rewatch Peacemaker just to get ready. Yep, DC is back. Peacemaker's next month, and that's gonna probably be like a month or something of episodes coming out, and then maybe like some new episodes of other shows, and then Supergirl next year, something like that. And I would also expect like some reality shows that have like Superman-based competition, superhero-based competitions for that, and also Adult Swim would probably do something DC related, and I really want a Superman video game. Superman video game would be pretty cool. Superman-based video game. I was kind of thinking back and forth if I should get the Arkham games, but I'm more into Superman, so I'm just gonna wait for if a Superman game comes out in modern consoles. But yeah, DC is back. DC is back. You know, like the fact that DC is way behind, I think I'm just gonna watch Superman again when Fantastic Four comes out. Mainly because like there'll be less people, you know, so I can choose a pretty good seat. So for sure, it's gonna be less people, but there's still gonna be some people watching Superman because it's like, oh, Fantastic Four came out. Oh, but I didn't watch Superman yet, so they're gonna watch Superman first and then Fantastic Four later. So that's a possibility. So yeah. Man. This stream has been pretty successful so far. And this is rewatchable because I clicked on pretty much all the comments, pretty much. It's gotta be on screen, and then I could reply to them, and then be fun. Yeah, David Corn said doing the voice in the video game, that would be cool. And then having an open world, that would be cool. And possibly going to other planets to like talk to his cousin, you know? Possibly going to talk to Green Lanterns and getting missions from them, you know? That'd be cool. And like you can save by going to Smallville, going to his house, going to his farm, sleep. That's how to save the game. Going to talking to Ma and Pa Kent. They'll probably give you like some food. That'd be cool too. You know. And other possibilities would probably be like, oh, I need to heal. You go up to the sun to heal. Fly up to the sun to heal. Man. That'll be cool right there. Or you could heal just by being in the sky, but if you want to level up, you go to the sun. You want to like use the experience points or something. Some experience points. There's a lot of ways to make the video game pretty cool. Possibly DLC so you can have like his son, or DLC to have like Shazam, you know, have like a sequel game, kind of like Miles Morales. The sequel game having Shazam will be good. It would be cool. It'd be like Nightwing, because Nightwing is named after a Kryptonian superhero. So yeah. Yeah, there's many ways to actually pull this off. And if they want, they could do a Blue Beetle video game, you know? Blue Beetle. But that was my one small issue. I kind of got used to it, but my small issue of that Blue Beetle movie was he was a little too old. He could have played a high schooler, just like in Cobra Kai, or at least in college, instead of graduated college. But yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's pretty cool. But yeah, DC is doing really well. Yeah, this live stream has been a good while. I heard there's gonna be a Blue Beetle animated series. Yeah, Blue Beetle animated series. Yeah, they confirmed that, and that would be interesting. I wonder if they're gonna possibly because he only got like bachelor's college or something, right? If they're gonna have him go back to college, that'll be cool. Anime series have like him getting like his master's degree. The college-based thing would be interesting, or the thing where he's being trained to be in a team. That would be cool too. If he meets the other Blue Beetle. And also, I think there's Mr. Miracle animated series coming out, but that's gonna be adult animation. Mr. Miracle. So yeah, there's gonna be a Mr. Miracle animated series. Yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be good amount of stuff. Clayface movie's gonna be good. So, yeah. So what else? Do you have anything in mind? Interesting. What else? DC's gonna be like how Marvel used to be when they were good. Yeah, Marvel's kind of been struggling, and I hope, yeah, I definitely hope DC's gonna pick up the slack for that because, man, yeah, definitely hope for DC because, man, this is gonna be crazy. If DC actually becomes way better than Marvel, I'll be happy to be a DC fan because me being a DC fan over Marvel, I kind of struggled to actually say I liked DC at the time because, man, the Snyderverse kind of ruined everything for me. Because people I talked to really did not like the Snyderverse, and yeah, Snyderverse is not the majority, like Aaron Fisher says. But yeah, it is cool to see DC be better. Yeah, Snyderverse is a hit and miss. Um, I would say slightly more misses than hits. And the movies that the Snyder fans disliked were the ones that were successful. Some people didn't like Aquaman. Aquaman was the only movie that made $1 billion without inflation. And BBS probably made $1 billion with inflation, but inflation is kind of cheating, I'd say. Yeah, you too. See ya. Have a good one. Have a good one. So this live stream's been a good while, and I see there is. It's been good. Here people have possibly listened to the background, see that they left. It was pretty fun overall, I would say. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna end it.